I'd like to make a housekeeping announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement 2021 will begin shortly, just as been announced. The second day of the forum will begin at 10 a.m. I'd like to ask you to please make sure you log on to our online channel. We have Korean and an English channels, so please select the preferred channel for you. And today, we will also have various events and updates of the program. I can see we are having many participants logging on, so please make sure that you leave your name and affiliation and participate in our events. With your active participation, we will make sure to present gifts. And the second day of Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement 2021 will begin at 10 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will open the second day of the Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement 2021. I'd like to thank all the viewers and participants. I am announcer Kim Kyung-mi, also moderating the second day. We had the first day of the forum yesterday, and related to air quality, we discussed the health-related issues as well as urban issues, and also the stationary emission reduction issues. we have seen a very active discussion and participation during the sessions, and so we had a very successful first day of the forum. Today we will discuss the air quality technologies and partnership for clean air, and we will continue to have updates and quiz events during these sessions, so please make sure to participate so that we can share our gifts with you. I ask for your active participation, and we will have session 4 on air quality technologies. As the moderator of the session, I'd like to introduce Vice Chairman Lee Hee-kwan of the Korean Society for Atmosphere Environment. I'd like to hand over the microphone. Hello, everybody. I'm Vice Chairman Lee Hee-kwan of Korea Society for Atmosphere Environment. Currently, I teach at Incheon University, the engineering Department of Environmental Engineering. I'm honored to be the moderator. So, to give you the background, the forum marked its 10th anniversary, and our top priority is to discuss many of our air quality management technologies and policies of Seoul City, and also to share them with other global cities for further cooperation. We have 4 distinguished speakers. They are domestic experts in the field. So I believe that especially for our foreign participants, it will be a valuable opportunity to seek future collaboration and exchange with the city of Seoul. First, we also have one of the most renowned experts in the field, Professor Shin Dong-chun of Yonsei University. He will be the first speaker, and our second speaker is Professor Song Ji-yeon of Sejong University, and the third speaker is from the National Institute of Environmental Research, which studies the satellite-related researches. We have Managing Director Lee Dong-won, and our fourth speaker will be from KICO, Director Lee Seung-hoon. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Shin Dong-chun of Yonsei University. The topic is related to particulate matter, which is a serious issue recently, and the topic will be on the impact of particulate matter on the human body.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the clicker? Okay, here. Good morning. I am Professor Shin Dong-chun from Yonsei University. Recently, I'm also engaged in School of Particulate Matter Center for Energy and Environment Harmonization, which is a national project. I will focus on impact of particulate matter on human body. Only when we understand the health impact of particulate matter, the policy and the technology can be changed accordingly. Toward the end of my presentation, I will also introduce to you the technology that we are developing at the School of Particulate Matter Center. So I'm going to continue on in Korean in the interest of time. So I think this is quite familiar graphic to you. This explains how small particulate matter is. So this is hair, a fine beach sand. So PM is this small. So we can draw a comparison between these familiar objects. To give you a summary, although you might know, I have drafted my presentation deck in English language, so foreign participants so understand the content. So PM10 is any particles with aerodynamic diameter of 10 micrometer. It's yellow dust, pollen, fungal spores are included in PM10. PM 2.5 has diameter of less than 2.5 micrometer. These are particles from combustion and secondary aerosols. And recently, we have to pay more attention on PM 1.0, which is called submicron. Very harmful substance or particles that can come very deep into our lungs. So 1 micron, 10 micron size, it's difficult to fathom. So our erythrocyte is 10 micrometer, and viruses usually are 0.1 micrometer, but bacteriophage is larger. At submicro level or ultra fine particle is 0.0 micrometer. So this is really small as virus, which travel all around our body. So these particles can travel around in the body to lungs, brains, and central nervous system, and blood vessels, creating problems and wreaking havoc in the human body. So when you look at this with the the particle 10 micrometer, PM10, PM2.5 are all mixed here. So this should be viewed as a crude aggregate. In PM, there are many different chemical compounds mixed together. So when you think about the toxicity, PM is one of the most harmful source of oxidant to human body. So this is the greatest source of an oxidation for human bodies. In a different viewpoint, in regards to generation of PM, PM10, PM2.5, submicron are the categories I'm using. PM10 is geological materials, sea salt, pollens. Those under 2.5 or 1.0, there are organic carbons, like carbons, heavy metals. So these particles or substances are under those categories. There is also ultra micro substances, sulfuric acid, and very condensed metal vapor are included there. At Yonsei University is quite lucky to have ultra-fine particle experimental study opportunities a few years ago. The picture on top is main gate of Yonsei University. We have installed machine or equipment. This is quite expensive and large in size. We're covering subparticles and ultra-marine particles are covered in this study. When students come to school, they were very curious and look at these equipments and ask questions. So that it had a lot of educational values as well. When you look at the graph during commuting hours, the particle numbers increase. So we focused on particle number counting. So when the number is 10 to the power of 4 or 5, so it's even smaller than thumbnail. So 10,000 particles of those sizes means that there is chemical reaction that happens between organic and gases. So submicron particles, which is really small, exist all around us. So we measure that and show that. On the right picture, you can see a picture from the Severance Hospital, which is Yonsei University Hospital. So this is main gate, where there is a parking booth, and there is a flower bed, and we can measure what kind of cars, how many cars came in. And we used Moody, and you might know this, we measure the data almost for a year. And really good data can be found in submicron, which is PM 1.0 and 0.1. So PM almost more than half of PM was submicron size, and around 0.5 or 1.8 to 3.2, you can see another peak in this range. So submicron particles and particles with diameter around 0.5 millimeter, which can travel really deep into your body, constantly reside and exist at the roadsides. So during weekdays and weekend, you can see the amount of traffic almost is half. So during weekend, it only has half the traffic of the weekdays. You can definitely see the difference in particle amount. So very fine dust comes out of cars and vehicles. When traffic decreases, as you can see in the areas that is circled with a red dotted line, the PM also decreases. So when you correlate this with the number of cars, 5,000, 5 to 10,000, and 10,000, PM amount closely move in sync with these. So we also have to pay very close attention on PM 1.0. So even smaller particle than ultrafine dust. We haven't even named it in Korean. So this extremely small size particle or dust is a great threat that we are exposed to. We have to work to prevent the harmful impact of these particles. So when you look at days with smoke and without smoke, you can see the PM concentration differences. You can see there is a big difference in PM 3.2 and PM 10, but when you look at PM 1.0 and below, the differences or variance is even higher. Moving on to heavy metals, I have so many things to say, but lead, cadmium, iron, PM below PM 1.0, you can see a very high level. So heavy metals that are smaller than PM 1.0 exist in the air. So PM 1.0, how small is it? So this is histological image. This is our pulmonary organ epithelia. You can see the cilia. This long strain and circle is nucleus. It says millimeter, but it's a typo, it's micrometer. So silica has 0.25 micrometer. So PM 1.0 is even smaller than cilia. So what happens if the particle that is smaller than cilia comes into our lung? It will be just absorbed by the body. The particle concentration surface area is very important. When massive amount of particles come into lungs cannot handle them. So microphage cannot handle that many particles. So microphage is there to deal with bacteria. When microphage is faced with massive amount of particulate matter, it cannot really handle them. And when the number is larger, surface area will be larger as well. So more PM will be in interaction with cell membranes, leading to higher toxicity. So why is PM 2.5 meaningful? So branch of trachea is where PM 3.3 or 4.7 reaches. PM less than 1.0 can reach deep inside lungs. So this study is a landmark study on PM and expected lifespan. It's a seminal study done by Dr. Dockery, DW, from 1974. more than 8,100 citizens of key cities in the U.S. were followed for 15 years in terms of lifestyle habits and their environment living. So this is a basis for a lot of interpretation. We haven't done any study that is of this scale, but many studies published in Korea based their starting point on this seminal study. In 2010, he came to Joint International Symposium for Epidemiological Research on Air Pollution and Mortality, and I took the chance to take a picture with him. So fine particle here is PM 2.5. With increase in PM 2.5 in 6 major cities, you can see close relations with the line of mortality. So they are staying very in tandem, in unity. So stupidly, Ohio had 30 fine particle, 30 microgram per cubic meter fine particle. Even when PM 2.5 concentration is 20 to 25, the mortality rate will increase. So this is how macrophage engulf PM, and macrophage is again overtaken by PM. And Dr. Goldman also looked at the pulmonary function of children. When PM concentration is even between 15 to 20, the pulmonary function is compromised. He is a professor at USC. So in the past, the California state had a really bad air quality, but with Clean Air Act, the air quality improved, and the number of patient or pediatric patient with pulmonary disease decreased. So we have to really reduce air pollution. And so Dr. Dockery wrote on Energame, it's one of the scientific journal. He wrote an article called Clean Air, Bigger Lungs. So while children grow up, their pulmonary organs become smaller, but it leads to a higher risk of COPD when they become grown-ups. So 10 times at risk of COPD. This is really a severe problem. So I'm rushing through slides. For CV disease, there is a very clear relations with PM, with thrombosis and MI. And it doesn't stop there. It can wreak havoc with brains. Inflammatory cells are found in cells, and the mechanism have already been identified. In Taiwan, there was a study that looked at relations between PM and suicide with asthma patient population, and the risk of suicide increased by 9% to 20% when there is a PM. And the paper was published in one of the top journals for psychiatry. And a plethora of papers and research outcomes are announced on the topic of PM. So this is a Harvard research group. Journal of American Medical Association published this paper. This is a very simple graph. When PM increased from 0 to 20, the mortality increases with the steepest gradient. Afterwards, the growth or the increase is not as steep. What WHO says is when there is an episode, air pollution gets really aggravated, but that is not big of a problem. It only happens number of days in a year, but we spend longer time with a lower PM concentration. So when we deal with these, it will lead to greatest health benefits. Though even low level of air pollution can harm hearts and lung in elderly. This is the title of paper published at Harvard School of Public Health. So it's not a simple matter. From infancy through mother, in the fetal stage, we are exposed to air pollution through mother, and as we grow up, reaching the elderly age, the impact will continue on with us. In adulthood and in senile stage, the impact will continuously accumulated. So impact lingers during the lifetime. So I'm going to skip this part. How can we escape or prevent the harm? There are many ways, face mask and different regions, different locations. There can be different solutions or actions we can take. There is a serious matter of cleaning with performing vacuums, and cooking is also a source of problem. But what I want to stay on a little bit more is PM has very negative hormonic impact. So it contains a lot of phthalates. I will last touch upon the School Particulate Matter Center for Energy and Environmental Harmonization. While children are important, it doesn't need explanation, but because they are in a growing stage, the mitosis continues on, and they do not have mature set of judgment to decide on their action, and they stay very active. They inhale to maximum volume. Even when that happens, their lung can grow to the fullest. And when children have asthma and other pulmonary function impairment, they cannot lead quite good, high quality life with their friends. So we have to focus on giving good environment to them. So we produce not only technology but also scientific facts at the same time. So we look at how pollutants are generated and reaching schools and how those impact children. Asthma, atopic dermatitis, and ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So these three are looked at by us. Brain function impairment leads to dementia in adult or senile patients. But in children, the brain damage leads to attention deficit, represents in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And we have developed a PM management system or auto air cleaning system. So if we fully understand the severity of PM can incur on children, we can disseminate this even further. So children stay at school for 5 hours and 6 hours. We are responsible to give them a good environment at school that is free from PM and biodust. And even gyms and special activity rooms, they have to create more separate distributed units for cleaning clear air. The existing schools should start with measurement or diagnosis. So different schools have different environment. The surrounding areas different. So we assess this school environment in the public health viewpoint. And then we can look at what kind of options we can take. Air purifier, AC system, and the structure of the building. So in a more cost-effective way, we can offer an option to bring cleaner air. So with this, I want to conclude. Thank you. Yes, I believe Professor Shin's presentation would be worthy of a few hours. I'm very apologetic that we have to rush him through the presentation. So PM's health risk is quite important. It's severe. And based on the experience so far, in the later part of your presentation, you focus on the project center that you are leading to provide better environment to school children. So going forward, we will be able to benefit from your research outcome. Thank you very much for the presentation.
And now we will have the second presentation From Sejong University, Professor Song Ji-hyun will make the presentation. The title is Emissions of Volatile Organic Compounds from Small Urban Sources and Control Technologies. Professor Song? Professor Lee Hee-kwan, pleasure to meet you. Could you hear me well? Under the pandemic situation, we have so many Zoom conferences, and I think we're somewhat getting accustomed. Nevertheless, I still miss those days when we could meet in person and have meetings together. This is the first slide. I wonder whether you can see them well. Okay, so let me begin. My name is Song Ji-hyun, and I teach at Civil Engineering Department of Sejong University. And I'm also Director General of the Korean Society for Atmospheric Environment. Today, I would like to talk about the emissions of volatile organic compounds, shortly VOCs. Professor Shin in the previous presentation talked about PM, and I'd like to focus on VOC. For PM, and this would be the precursor of the PM or other types of particles. And these could come from the so-called small urban sources. So I like to focus on how much they're created and how much they're emitted from these small urban sources, and also how we could control them. So this is the contents of my presentation. First, I'd like to talk about why we should pay attention to VOCs. Secondly, how much and from where are the VOCs emitted? And third, how could we control them? And especially most of the VOCs are generated from a relatively small source rather than large factories. They could be your nearby living environment. So it is important to have a good control measure. So it is important to talk about the VOC control technologies. So this is about the VOC, the volatile organic compounds, and what kind of impacts they have. First of all, what normally we could think about is the odor. When we think there's gasoline nearby, we normally smell the odor. And if you're painting your house, for example, I'm sure you're familiar with the smell or odor of such a petroleum type of smell while you're painting. And for example, even in cosmetics and other types of chemicals, you are accustomed to recognize it with the smell. So the first feature of the VOC is an odor. And second is the hazardous air pollutants, also called as HAPs. It has a certain level of toxicity. So the VOCs, if you're constantly exposed to VOCs, it could have an adverse impact on your health. And in addition to these two features, there are other type of features. First is that it creates ozone, not by itself, but I'll go into the details on the second slide. And especially it reacts with the sunlight and NO and NOT, or the so-called NOx compounds. It creates photogenic reaction. So just as Professor Shin mentioned, some are caused by itself, but in sometimes it is created as a secondary reaction, which are called secondary organic aerosols or organic petroleum particulate matters. And another recently studied topic is the so-called greenhouse gases. This is the so-called indirect greenhouse gases. There are mainly 4 or 5 types of volatile organic compounds that have an adverse impact on the environment. So the Ministry of Environment of Korea is also very interested in these material, and also in US as well. So these type of VOCs are very important to be effectively managed. So today, I like to talk about the ozone formation. When you think of ozone, it's not something that somebody produces. It's created as it reacts with the sunlight. Particularly, just as I mentioned, the VOCs will be generated, and with the NOx emitted from automobiles or others, the NO or NO2 will react with sunlight, creating ozone. And this reaction is actually a very complex procedure. It's not a one single step, it's a compound of many complex procedures, and it reacts with other material, and then this will create the so-called secondary aerosols in the air. Therefore, it's important to control ozone, and so for that, it is also very important to manage the VOCs. And particularly, it is important to have a full control mechanism in the metropolitan area. This is Korea and China and Japan is impacting Korea as well, especially with high population density. The metropolitan region is also very dense with many industrial sites and factories and businesses, and they would generate a lot of VOCs by reacting with ozone, it will create a lot of PM. So as a precursor, VOC is very critical to be effectively managed. So there are very diverse types of substances. Of course, the letters are too small to see, but there are many types of substances that go under a photochemical creation. So it has the potential or capability of a photochemical ozone creation. And it also has a potential for creating secondary organic aerosol. Therefore, we can see these different types of substances. And for example, when you think of benzene in the middle, it is emitted into the air and can create ozone. Also, it could also generate a secondary particulate matters. So toluene and other types of substances that are used in our daily lives and other types of VOCs all have these potentials, so it is critical to manage them. And next, let's take a look at the amount of the VOC emission. In order to calculate or measure the emission, the Ministry of Environment has a so-called Clean Air Policy Support System, or CAPSS for short. And our researchers usually call this CAPS in Korea. And this is a so-called data inventory based on statistics in the system. It's not a visible system, rather it's a computerized predictive system of the emission of VOCs, kind of an estimate program. So through the CAPS system, we can calculate VOCs in Korea, including NOx and dust as well. And to conduct this measurement, there are many classification categories. For example, in generating energy, or in industrial activities, or in automobile action, or in solvents. In all these different types of activities, there are different measurements. The yellow part covers the solvent usage. There could be painting or dry cleaning for clothes, or there could be other types of solvent usages which emit a large amount of VOC. So for these specific activities, there's a calculation of the estimate of the VOCs under the CAPS system. So according to the CAPS estimate, in the entire Korea, this is an annual emission of VOC. For a long time, we have accumulated the data, but when we look at the 5-year data from 2014 to 2018, so on a nationwide level, about 1 million tons of VOCs have been emitted into the air in Korea. For example, if we use solvents or paint something or do dry cleaning or use a printer, the VOCs will be emitted into the air. And so when we estimate the emission through the CAPS system, this is the entire amount that is emitted, which amounts to about 1 million tons of VOCs in Korea. And this would then create a secondary issues by reacting with sun. It could generate ozone or other types of secondary particulate matters. And this amount have a slight variance depending on the years, but you can see a constant growth. This is because the industrial activity is increasing with also increased use of solvents. So we can see that there's a constant annual increase of the VOC emission. So when we go into the details of the emission sources, this is also from the CAPS data. Some come from energy, industrial activities, but we can see that the majority comes from solvent usage, which takes up over 50%, almost 53% out of the entire nationwide emission. So in other words, if you, for example, do painting in your house or paint the walls of the apartment or the walls of a school or print something, in all these activities, the VOCs are emitted, and that amount is much larger than industrial activities, which is over 50%. And if you go into a little bit more detail and go into a breakdown category, I said that under the solvent usage, a large portion comes from painting. Automobile repairs is a large portion, or another area would be to paint buildings or household paintings. And next is printing. For example, if you print out something, you will remember the ink being printed out, and this also emits a substantial amount of volatile organic compounds. So what about the regional breakdown that includes Seoul, Busan, and etc.? The majority comes from Gyeonggi and Seoul. Of course, Busan takes a high portion, but this is because there are many petrochemical industries. And so excluding that, we can see that the top emitting region is a metropolitan region, including Seoul, Gyeonggi, and Incheon, which takes up over 1/3 of the entire nationwide emission. So what about the breakdown in the capital area? So we can see that the ratio of solvent usage goes up much higher. This is because more small-scale facilities use a lot of solvents. So that's why the VOC emitted from the solvent usage increases substantially. And this takes up over 70%. So what this means is that the PM or ozone management in metropolitan is closely linked with managing such solvent usage in the region. So we can clearly recognize the interrelationship. So the Ministry of Environment in Korea has a so-called master plan for clean air for the metropolitan region. This was in 2015. So based on the data, we can see that it may be difficult to rapidly decrease the amount of VOC emission, but it is working on limiting the ceiling of VOC emission to 300,000 tons under the Korean Master Plan. So what this means is that we need new methodologies, new technologies to meet the goal, meet the target. Before I talk about the technology, let me add just one more thing. So we have to know the source and the amount of VOC emission, so we have to consider the so-called VOC emission factors. Of course, we can't calculate the amount of painting used in each household, but we can do a regional level, a local level, or a nationwide level based on statistics and estimates. So under the calculation, we can have a general overview by calculating the emission factor. This is a calculation of a ratio multiplied by activity. For example, if you paint a car, if a car gets in an accident, it will be sent into the factory, and then it will be repainted after the repair. So we can calculate the amount of paint that could be used in that activity. And then it will be a per amount. It is estimated that about 0.512 kilogram of VOC is emitted. So, for example, in 2016, we can calculate the amount for car painting. 25 million liter was used. So if you multiply the factor, we can calculate the amount of VOC emitted. And we can also calculate the figure for dry cleaning and also for printing. There could be different printers such as master printers, screen printers, offset printers, and gravure printers. Normally, in offices and in homes, we normally use the laser printer, but for large-scale printing, there are different methods, and it creates a massive amount, and we have this type of calculation formula. So there is a difference depending on the activity, and this is how we calculate the emission amount. Because of the time limitation, I can't go into the details, but it is important to consider the emission factor. And the US EPA has its own methodology, which is cited on the slide right now. And there's also the EU method. The emission factors used in EU as well. And as such, there are different types of emission factors that are used to calculate the VOC emission of different regions. So what I want to emphasize here is that diverse types of VOCs are emitted through different types of small-scale sources. So it is critical to estimate this amount and manage and control the emission. So from this slide and on, I'd like to talk about the VOC emission control technologies. Once VOC is emitted into the air, actually, there are many technologies that could prevent the VOC from being emitted into the air. This is a flow. The x-axis is the flow. Sometimes it could be small, sometimes it could be large, depending on the flow. And the y-axis is the concentration. It depends, and so there could be a low concentration and a high concentration, and this would determine the type of technology that we could apply. And for the small-scale activities, for example, industrial printing or other types of printing, the flow would be about 1,000 to about 10,000 cubic meters per hour, and this is the average concentration. So the most appropriate technology would be absorption or catalytic oxidation. So based on this calculation, our research team used the absorption and catalytic oxidation, and we have developed a combined absorption and catalytic oxidation system so that it could be applied on site. We're currently developing this technology, and through that, we are working on developing a novel type of inorganic absorbent, which we already developed actually, and also a metal catalyst, as you can see on the photo, in the photos. These are the types of absorbents and catalysts that could be used in actual factories. So when we think of the type of different absorbents, the most common type is activated carbon, which is colored in black. But there's an issue here. That is, its absorption capacity is saturated very fastly. For small-scale facilities, maintenance and repair is not that easy, especially when high concentration. When it's used for high concentration, it also has a possibility of catching fire. So that is why we should think of an alternative, such as inorganic absorbents. And for the details, I'm afraid I can't go into them because of the time constraints, but it's important to make it safer and more efficient. And that's the direction of our research. And also about the catalyst. We use it together with the absorbents, in a combined manner. And for copper and mangan could be used as a combined catalyst. And we are currently studying its efficiency, and we already confirmed the effectiveness. So we could consider these new types of a combined system. These small matters are the catalysts that we have newly developed. And so at the actual facilities where VOC is emitted, we actually applied this combined system. On the bottom part, this is an image of the offset printing process. This is a different method from the office type of laser printing. This is to print large size posters or brochures or pamphlets. It's a large scale factory type of printer. On the top image, we see a yellow, red, and green, and blue machines. And this is how the ink is applied. And in that process, a high concentration VOC is emitted. So this is absorbing technology, the ventilation facility on the ceiling. And this isn't emitted directly into the air. It goes through this device. This is the air conditioning, and on the front, this is a device that we developed to use the combined absorbent and the catalyst. And as a result, after about 1 hour, when we compare the inlet concentration, which is in red, that is the inlet right from the printing, it's from 100 to 400 ppm concentration, and you could also smell a very strong odor of gasoline. And as it went through the device, the concentration was substantially reduced to around 10 or 40 ppm. And we also developed an IoT-based monitoring system for real-time monitoring, because sometimes the printing could take place 24 hours a day or for hours in a day. So a real-time monitoring system was developed. And so this is the inlet figure. So it could be as low as 100 or even as high as 500 to 600 ppm. And if the pace goes up, you can see the concentration would fluctuate very rapidly. And as it went through our device, we could see that the concentration was very stable at below 100 ppm. And the black arrows point the peak moments when we used the catalyst to regenerate the absorbent. And this is the end of my presentation. So if I recap, the volatile organic compound is a very critical air pollutant. It could generate ozone or PM, other types of adverse risk factors to our health. So it's important to control them. And the emission amount is also substantial. And the source is not limited to large-scale factories. It comes from various activities such as painting, dry cleaning, or small-scale painting, so it's not easy to manage. So many researchers, including our lab, are conducting researches to effectively control and reduce VOC emission. And this was about printing and dry cleaning and an effective control technology based on our research. And I hope that this becomes more promoted so that it could bring down the ozone PM emission. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Professor Song Ji-yeon, it would have been so much better if we could have got together in person. When we think of air pollution, generally, we citizens are not that aware that we could generate air pollution ourselves. But as I listened to Professor Song's research results on our daily activities and VOC emission, well, of course, technology transfer could be important, but it's also important for our citizens ourselves to be aware of what we're contributing to air pollution and how we could control and manage it. And I understand Professor Song is also in charge of a large industrial activity and industrial complex. So I'm sure that we can look forward to some future progress of your research. Thank you very much for sparing your precious time. I wonder whether it's been presented clearly. Thank you.
So the first two speakers are engaged in research projects sponsored by the Korean government. They touched upon what they do and the research they're involved in. But the rest of the speakers will talk about the public sector efforts. We do have GEMS, an environmental satellite sensor, and we utilize them in many different ways. So the Korean National Institute of Environmental Research will present. The center head, Lee Dong-won, will be giving us a talk in the form of video because he is extremely busy. So 10 different Asian countries are involved in the conversation on the topic of environmental satellite, and I personally also have a conversation with UNDP on air quality. So domestically and internationally, I think the viewers will be able to learn about how the Korean government is utilizing the technology. And I hope you will be able to find the presentation helpful. So we will now play the video of Dr. Lee's talk.
My name is Dong-won Lee. I'm Director of Environmental Satellite Center. Let's start my presentation. My presentation title is The World's First Geostationary Environmental Monitoring Spectrometer, GEMS, and its Utilization. Our Environmental Satellite Center is belong to National Institute of Environmental Research, NIR, and the NIR is also belong to Ministry of Environment, Republic of Korea. Presentation contents are what is GEMS and what we do with GEMS. First, what is GEMS? GEMS was launched on 19 February last year on board the GK2B satellite from the Guyana Space Center located in French Guiana of South America. GK2B means a geostationary Korean multipurpose satellite. GK2B has two satellite payloads. One is a marine sensor and the other is an environmental sensor. GEMS can observe from Mongolia to Indonesia and Japan to India. The number of observations is about 8 times a day. Main target air pollutants of GEMS are aerosol, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone, formaldehyde. These pollutants are also associated with climate change. The total number of GEMS products reached 20. The types and disclosure time of total of 20 products are shown in the table. Since March this year, a kind of observation image has been released on our website. Our research building is play a role to ground station of GEMS. We are performing satellite data receiving, processing and backup, validation and distribution. This slide shows timeline of GEMS project and Environmental Satellite Center activities. GEMS project started from about 20 years ago, and now we start post-GEMS project. Satellite can be divided into two kinds, LEO and GEO. LEO satellites move at an altitude of 500 to 1,500 kilometers on the Earth orbit. On the contrary, GEO satellite is located in a fixed position on the Earth orbit at altitude of 36,000 kilometers. So, GEO satellite can observe on fixed area several times a day. If you look at the below of this slide, GEMS is superior to LEO satellite, considering number of observations and the spatial resolution. Second, what do we do with GEMS? GEMS can apply in an air quality research field, climate change research field, interdisciplinary research field, domestic and international cooperation. Because we need meteorological data and geographic information to process and validation of GEMS. As following technology, in an air quality field, GEMS can be used to monitor air pollutants in Asia about 8 times a day. GEMS observation data are received by radio waves and converted into digital signals again. After that, it is made into an image through optical and geometrical corrections. This picture is a satellite image of the yellow dust moving in the Korean peninsula in April this year. NIR implementing forecast and warming for the pine dust and ozone. Environmental Satellite Center is verifying GEMS data in various ways and is developing applying technologies of GEMS data. This verified data will be sent to Air Quality Forecasting Center and will be used to improve forecasting accuracy. GEMS can be used to monitor and evaluate long-range transported air pollutants. We will introduce a technology that detects the occurrence of a high concentration of dust and calculate the amount of inflow and outflow in Korea within this year. GEMS observe the concentration of air quality in the entire air layer. But what's important is the concentration of air pollutant on the ground, where people live. So over the past few years, we have developed a technology that converts GEMS data into dust concentration on the ground. Now, we can convert observed aerosol by GEMS in the ground level dust concentration. We can expand the availability of GEMS through data fusion with other satellites. Especially, Korea has 3 geostationary satellites, GEMS, Advanced Meteorological Instrument, AMI satellite, and the geostationary ocean color imager, GOSI satellite, which can increase the application of GEMS. The convergence of these inter-satellite data can lead to supplementation of a missing area and improvement of accuracy. Accurate and fast air pollutant emission information is needed to solve the air pollutant problem. We are developing these technologies we can estimate emission amount of air pollutants from satellite data. If GEMS data are input into air quality model and reversely calculated, and the pollutant emission can be generated. In the future, we are reduce the error by comparing the emission data from GEMS with existing emission data. By applying technology in the climate change field, we can monitor trend of climate change inducing substance by each country. We can analyze interaction between air quality and climate change. Climate change and air quality are very closely related. We can take information from Advanced Meteorological Instrument, AMI, satellite, and the geostationary ocean color imager, GOSI satellite of Korea. And also, we can take greenhouse gas information from another satellite. We can support ozone reduction policy. Ozone is a secondary substance produced from volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and nitrogen oxide. Therefore, reducing either or both may be advantageous for ozone reduction. We will analyze this information from GEMS and present a regional reduction policy during the high concentration ozone season. If you look at this slide, in yellow color region, effective method is reduction of volatile organic compounds for ozone reduction. We can take that information from GEMS. By applying technology in other fields, GEMS can monitor movement of sulfur dioxide plume due to volcanic eruption. These are examples of Mountain Fukutoku Osanova, Japan, and Mountain Sinabung, Indonesia. Acid plume from the Mountain Fukutoku Osanova was transported over the South China Sea. And acid gas released in a volcanic eruption over Mountain Sinabung, Indonesia, was transported from the Sumatra, Indonesia, to Sri Lanka. May this year. We try to develop a new technology for monitoring toxic air mass movement due to chemical explosion. We think it will be possible because hyperspectral technology is applied to GEMS. GEMS observe DNA damage index, plant response index, vitamin D synthesis index caused by ultraviolet. We can research relation of UV radiation and human health. Also, we can research relation of air pollutant and human health with death rate, the number of patients, and other pollution concentration. That is. We can analyze the relation of industrial activities and environmental impact related with COVID-19. the United States and Europe are also developing geostationary environmental satellite. As a result, a system will be established in the future in which 3 geostationary environmental satellites monitor the entire northern hemisphere. And we have been conducting international joint research on air quality in Asia with the Max Planck Research Institute and the University of Bremen, German, the Royal Belgian Aerospace Research Institute, Universities of Korea, etc. since last year. Since last year, we have been trying to build a platform for joint use of GEMS data and establish GEMS verification network with Pandora observation equipment for 13 ASEAN countries with UNSCAP and COICA. We can take a particle profile and concentration of particle matter, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone, formaldehyde from Pandora equipment. Now, we provide satellite observation image of 8 air pollutants through our website. In the future, we will provide high-resolution images and data into 13 ASEAN countries. We will do our best to operate geostationary environmental satellite to help improve air quality over Asia. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, we've listened to the National Institute of Environmental Research's activities on geostationary environmental monitoring satellite. I understand there were many errors and testing, and it is now expanding its satellite domain. And I understand that we can utilize this technology and share them with our neighboring nations. And I believe it will be a very meaningful contribution. And this concludes the third presentation.
The fourth and final presentation will be given by General Manager Lee Seung-hoon of Korea Environment Corporation. As you might know, the air quality monitoring system is the topic of his presentation, and we have ample practice and experience. And many related technologies are made known to us, and also Korean Environmental Corporation is working to disseminate this in Mongolia. So one of the key strengths of Korean Environmental Corporation is those technological advancement. So is Mr. Lee ready? Yes. So we are a little bit pressed for time, so you're given about 20 minutes, so please begin. Yes, thank you very much. I am from the International Cooperation Team of Korea Environment Corporation, Lee Seung-hoon. I have prepared my presentation in English. My English is not that good, though we do have an English presentation deck, so I'm going to speak in English. And my biggest purpose is to introduce the Korean Environmental Corporation. I'm going to also talk about monitoring technology, but at the same time, I want to make this talk into an opportunity that we expand our cooperation with overseas countries. So I'm not that fluent, but I'm going to start in English.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Seung-hoon Lee. I'm actually working for the Korean Environment Corporation under the Ministry of the Environment in Korea. And today I'm going to talk about, hold on, just a little bit, a technical error. Okay, next page, please. Yes, I give you a very brief introduction of the K-ECHO. Also, after that, I introduce about air monitoring system in place in Korea. Or finally, I give you some kind of the opportunities for the international cooperation, how actually you can work together. There are certain platforms that we can go through so that, as I mentioned before earlier in Korean, yes, I would like to have some kind of the opportunity to work together in terms of the air quality monitoring system all over the world. Next. Okay, K-ECHO is the public agency. As I mentioned before, we have about 3,500 employees across the Korea, and annual budget. I think many people are asking about annual budget for the K-ECHO. Annual budget is about 1.6 billion US dollar. About 60% of the funding is from the central government. Another 40% is from the local government. Next. Okay, that's the pretty much the basic approach to the air quality management, and I'm gonna skip that one. Probably can have a look around, and then pretty easy to understand. Next. And this is also the government strategy for the air quality monitoring systems. There are actually in overall 2 systems in place in Korea. We call the Air Korea, and that's the ambient controlling system. Or second one is we call the CleanSys. That's the TMS. We can call the TMS. That's the stack. The factory stacked in the monitoring system. That's the basic 2 monitoring system in place in Korea. And next. That's what I mentioned about just before, the ambient. All the air pollution, we call it NIME, which we call the Air Korea, and the second one is the stack, the TMS, CleanSys. Many people are confused about the system, so that I just want to make sure that 2 totally different system in place in Korea. Next. Okay, next. That's the page number 7. This is the NIME. NIME is the system measuring ambient air quality. First of all, we need to station, which have the equipment inside the station. And then we define that as the station is the single unit, and network is the group of the station which have the same purpose. And next. Page 8, and next, please. Okay, that's the pictures map making the station location in Korea. There are 2 maps, generally network. Look at the left side, it's the urban. Many of the stations are gathered to the big city, and the purpose, the urban, is the measuring urban air quality. That's the, I can see, kind of the idea how actually you can have the monitoring system across the Korea. And next pages, please. Okay, this page shows you, data flow. Of course, once you get all the reliable data from that system, we actually use that data for the policy making, for example, or some of them we open to the public for the information they need to have. In this case, the air quality is quite a big issues, so that we try to open as much as data as possible to the public, so the public are able to know what's the situation, because that's the public information system, so that without any kind of the support from the public, the policymaker can have the perfect the policy in futures. And next. Okay, that's the website. That's the website. If you collect the real-time air quality data, you can able to know what's the situation in your local area. And next. You can also, that's the information shown on the Korean web, the map-based information. And the left side, you can click what actually you want to know. And you can know many information, as I mentioned before, measuring item and networks and category and so on. And next. And next. And from now on, I'm going to introduce the TMS. TMS, the Teller Monitoring System, as I mentioned before. We call this system as a CLEANSYS. CLEANSYS is similar to the NAMIS. The measuring equipment is installed at the stack and measure inside the stack. I hope you understand it's the factory things. If we have the chimney or stack, etc., within factory, actually the sensor is attached to the chimney itself, so that automatically in real-time basis, we are able to know what actually is coming out from the stack. Okay, that's the basic information of the TMS system. And next. And that's the also about, Korea has total about more than 4,000 emission source and more than 61,000 the stack across the Korea, which is the we control under the Korean regulation. And next. That's the brief of the history of the TMS. It can refer to the material so they can have a look around. And page next, please. It seems to be, I only have the 2 or 3 minutes. And next, we skip that one. And next. And next. Next. I give you a very brief introduction about the international corporations. We actually had 2 cases in recent year. Next pages. Next. Yes, sorry, just go back. Yes, 2 the cases. One is the one Colombia and second one is the Mongolia. The first, the Colombia. Next pages. Okay, as you know, if we have the overseas business like the Colombia case, there are so many, the work need to be done in the very beginning, how actually they apply for the policy within country and what's the situation of the air quality. Of course, based on all the information we need, we can set up the preliminary study or pilot project or whatever you call it. Based on that project, the research, we can developing, the kind of the projects. So that one is we working with the COICA, and next one, and we can able to know what's the situation over there. And of course, collecting data is the most important things. The most of the country, actually, they do not have proper monitoring system so that we can recommend it, a certain kind of the monitoring system, which is the suitable that country. Of course, the one I mentioned about the beginning, the system in Korea is perfectly working in Korea, but it doesn't mean it works in other countries. So each country has a different social factor, economic factor, and cultural matters, all the different sectors available, so that we have to refer all kinds of information when you're actually making the policy, especially in the monitoring systems. It's sometimes very confiscated, very sophisticated. The equipment is necessary, so that after we install the certain system, you also have to thinking about how actually to maintain that kind of system in the long term within their countries. And next. Okay, next. That's that's what it looks like. Okay, we have the some mobile station. Of course, as I mentioned before, in order to have that kind of situation, that kind of the installation, we actually met a number of the people. Of course, not only the public government, but also we set up all the stakeholders gathered together very often and discuss about what's the best option in that country or in that region. That's quite important. The technical, the issue is also very important, but apart from the technical aspect, the social effect or public opinions or different ministers' opinion is quite important so that we can recommend it each time together, and then discuss about our project or the future project based on the pilot project. And just give you some kind of the idea of what actually the project is all about. And next. And next one, we go to the final one. I can skip the Mongolia one. You can have a look. And then, but as you mentioned before, the international project is a long history, long process. You have to go one by one. Sometimes we do have the project just 1 or 2 years, but it doesn't mean, you can do everything within 2 years, especially the air monitoring systems. We have to know. Of course, that's my final slide. If we do have any kind of audience online, whether where they like have some kind of cooperation with the K-ECHO, that's the kind of the pilot project, the concept or platform. The budget is that's the budget for the per projects. It depends on the scale of the projects, but it's still open. So if you have interest in any kind of the proposal, of course, monitoring system, air monitoring system, or water monitoring system, even the waste management sector is almost welcome. You can log on the information, the website, and then you can go through and making the very small, very simple proposal, and then you can submit that email I mentioned the slide. Once we get the proposal, we discuss about the possibility whether or not we can go ahead. But as I mentioned before, communication and discussion with all different sectors is the #1 issues whenever we try to do international cooperation project all together. And next one. Okay, that's all about it. There are email address in the bottom of the slide. So if we do have any inquiry or any question whatsoever, most welcome to do so. Okay, thank you so much, Chair, Dr. Lee. Thank you. That's all from me.
Yes, Mr. Lee, you must have a lot to share, but I'm sorry to rush you. Thank you for your kind understanding. So this is the end of all 4 presentations that we have planned for the session. And we do have Professor Shin Dong-cheon present with us. And the school air quality project initiative and VOC treatment management technology, which was talked about by Professor Song Ji-yeon. And the technology presented by Center Head Lee Dong-won, geostational sensor, air quality sensor, and the air quality monitoring technology presented by Mr. Lee Sung-hoon were all very informative topics that we can learn from. Of course, all of these topics might be a topic of your keen interest. So we've been holding this international forum for 10 years. Throughout the process and experience, I want to make a suggestion to the Seoul Metropolitan Government. The experience and the quality of air quality management is very well built on scientific aspect and on the policy aspect as well. Without systematic and logistical support for policy execution, policy can never be successful. So because of that, Maybe the session on the topic of air quality improvement, recent technology was organized. So this is very welcome. But my suggestion is we shouldn't just stop at this. Maybe we can devise a concept paper and share this with other surrounding or participating countries. So maybe that can be a great idea. I humbly suggest to Seoul Metropolitan City. So with this, I want to conclude the session 4. Professor Shin, thank you very much for being here despite your busy schedule. And I know the staff member from Seoul Metropolitan Government told hard to put together today's forum. So I look forward to even greater progress going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Lee. We've discussed the air quality technologies in the session 4. We've discussed some of the most advanced technologies of Korea for air quality management. Thank you very much for the wonderful moderation. And you also shared a very valuable insight for the forum. And I truly hope that this provides a great contribution to bettering the forum in the future. And now this concludes the 4th session of the forum. And we will now take some time to prepare for the last session. The session 5 will begin at 2 p.m. We will see you soon.
Yes, did you enjoy your lunch and break? We are continuing on with the 10th International Forum on Air Quality and Improvement. We're going to have the last session of the final day of the forum on the topic of clean air, present and future. We have been participating in this forum for 2 days. The topic of the last session of the forum is public-private partnership, which is very significant for all of us. We're going to have deep conversation on how public and private sectors can collaborate going forward. I would like to welcome and thank all the attendees. Please stay until the end of the program and be sure to participate in a roll call. If you take part in the events that we have prepared, we will send the presents to you. In the final session, we have speakers from home and abroad. We have 4 speakers. They're going to be present at this venue and connect with us virtually on Zoom. We are going to listen to the presentation from the Program Manager of UNEP AP CAP, Kay Padu, and Team Head at CACAC Jasmine Kim, and Regional Director of C40 City Climate Leadership Group, Milag San Jose, and Deputy Director of UNESCAP Northeast Asia Office, Mr. Nam Sang-min. So the session is for 90 minutes, and we can give all the presenters 20 minutes. We're going to have discussion session at the end, and it will be moderated by Ms. Pagyani from ICLE. I'm going to introduce to you the first speaker.
We have Mr. Kay Padu of UNEP, APAP, and we'd like to ask you for your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just confirm whether you can hear me and can see my screen? Hello? Yes? Sure. Hold on.
Let's try to connect once again. The camera doesn't seem to be on.
Okay, so I'll turn it on. Can I just
목소리, the voice isn't coming in. Could you please turn on the volume or use a microphone? Please use a microphone.
Yes. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Bangkok, Thailand. On behalf of the United Nations Environment Program, I wish to express our thanks to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and also to ICLE for this opportunity to speak to you today at the Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement 2021. We know that air pollution is now at a critical state, and it continues to be the world's single largest environmental health risk. We have seen the numbers. It paints a very worrying picture. Around 92% of the people that are living here in our region exposed to unhealthy air quality levels. Without air quality intervention, exposure to fine particulate matter, or PM2.5, is expected to increase by 50% by 2030. And together with climate change and biodiversity loss, pollution is one of the key environmental crises that is affecting our planet today. Air pollution is also a threat to sustainable development, as it simultaneously affects various social, environmental, and economic criteria linked to equitable human development, such as good health, food security, gender equality, climate stability, and poverty reduction. We have seen that early studies suggest that air pollution is likely to put people further at risk during this pandemic. And this gives us yet another reason to urgently improve air quality everywhere. We've also seen that air pollution also goes to the heart of social justice and inequality. Everyone is affected, but the impacts fall heavily on the most vulnerable: the children, women, elderly, and those people that are living in poverty. In many communities, women and children are at higher risk of exposure and injuries from solid fuel stoves because of their usual responsibility for cooking for the family. Young children are also especially vulnerable, as the negative effects from air pollution on the child usually begins from the time of conception, and continues even during childhood. This also affects a child's development, learning opportunities, and overall well-being. And this increases the risk for poverty and inequities. For example, we have seen that during air pollution episodes here in the Asia Pacific region, many schools had to be closed down for a certain number of days, especially in the most affected areas, depriving learning opportunities from children. It's really infringing on people's right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. With a few days now leading up to COP, we've seen that air pollution and climate change is inherently linked. All major air pollutants have an impact on the climate, and most share common sources with greenhouse gases, especially related to the combustion of fossil fuels. This interlinkage between air pollution and climate change is really an opportunity to amplify the multiple benefits that's available from our action and to catalyze even greater mitigation ambition. This is becoming increasingly important because currently the national climate pledges are not enough to keep the global temperature rise under 1.5 degrees Celsius by the century. The new UNEP emissions cap report for 2021 shows that we are currently on a course to warm by around 2.7 degrees Celsius, with highly destructive impacts everywhere, but especially here in the Asia Pacific region. It is a very difficult task, but the good news is that we've seen countries taking action to reduce air pollution. In a new publication that we launched during the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies last 7th of September, we reviewed policy actions of member states to improve air quality based on a mandate that has been provided by the UN Environment Assembly. What we have seen is that progress has been made in undertaking key actions by countries that can significantly improve air quality. More countries in our region now have policies and market incentives to promote cleaner production, energy efficiency, and pollution abatement for industries. There's also been remarkable progress in adopting new technologies and enforcing conventional measures to reduce vehicle emissions, including adoption of more stringent vehicle emission standards. There's also been an increase in terms of access to clean cooking, and this has drastically reduced exposure and attributable deaths in the region. More than 300 million people have benefited from clean cooking and heating programs since 2016. Many countries are also adopting or are planning to adopt national and subnational laws and strategies to achieve air quality goals. These actions have had a positive impact on air quality. The State of the Global Air 2020 report estimates that PM2.5 levels in half of the countries in our region have reduced by different ranges from 2015 to 2019. A full benefit of these actions is that they reduce highly potent short-lived climate pollutants that have a contribution to climate change, one of the planetary crises that we are currently facing now. For example, the implementation of Cambodia's Clean Air Plan, which is expected to be hopefully approved next month, could lead to over 60% reduction in their PM2.5 and black carbon emissions, and also contribute to reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, 5% in 2030 compared to their baseline scenario. Unfortunately, there's still more to be done. A new research by the Health Effects Institute found that there is really no safe level when it comes to exposure to air pollution. We've also seen with the new guidelines on air quality that has been published by the World Health Organization recently, that further action to improve air quality is really needed. While we have seen some progress with countries in our region, countries and cities in our region, significant gaps still remain. In terms of air quality standards, you've seen that 1 in 3 countries in the world currently lack any legally mandated standards for outdoor air quality. And we really need to have standards in place to be able to have a specific target or goal to reduce air pollution. And 31% of countries with existing powers or capacities to introduce standards have not yet used them. Within the field of air quality monitoring, while there has been very promising developments in monitoring systems and technologies, there are still significant data and capacity challenges. Many countries and cities continue to struggle to establish and maintain a sustainable air quality monitoring network. From our analysis, we've seen that about 60% of countries, which accounts for 1.3 billion people or 18% of the global population, have no routine annual ground-based monitoring of PM2.5 at all. We also need investment that matches the scale of the problem. Unfortunately, based on a new report by the Clean Air Fund this year, less than 1% of the total development funds is spent on air pollution projects. This is despite air quality related deaths in countries that receive aid have risen by 153% in the past 30 years. From our new UNEP production gap report, we have seen that G20 countries have directed over $300 billion in new funds towards fossil fuel activities since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. This is more than what they have directed towards clean energy, and this cannot be the case. So I just want to share, of course, that we know that air pollution is really a shared responsibility. By its nature, air pollutants, they transcend city, provincial, national borders, but whatever borders that we designate. And these really come from multiple sources. And as such, we need partnerships that involve multiple sectors, government, private sector, civil society, and we need them to support and facilitate clean air action. This is what we're trying to do through UNEP. We could be governments, private sector, and other partners in such platforms, including the Asia Pacific Clean Air Partnership, which is a voluntary partnership which aims to discuss and share some of the latest science and evidence on impacts to air pollution, and also demonstrate the different types of solutions that are available to significantly improve air quality here in our region, and also provide multiple co-benefits in other sectors, including for climate action. I would like to spend maybe a couple of minutes sharing with you a few examples of different types of partnerships within the field of air quality. One of them is through air quality monitoring. In the last few years, we've seen that access and availability of air quality data continues to be a very serious challenge here in developing Asia. This is one of the areas that UNEP has been focusing on in recent years, using innovative technologies to help address this data gap on information through UNEP's Global Environment Monitoring System for Air, or GEMS Air. In 2020, we partnered with IQ Air and UN Habitat to launch the world's largest air quality data platform, which brings together air quality data from over 4,000 contributors. That includes citizen data, communities, official government data, and the private sector. This has recently been expanded to include an air pollution exposure calculator, which combines different sources of data from government, crowdsourced, and satellite-derived air quality data with population data, and applies artificial intelligence to be able to calculate population exposure to PM2.5. Another area of innovation that has received, I think, significant traction in recent years is through the popularity of air quality sensors. We've seen that there is quite a lot of work already in this space with data that is usually housed in separate platforms. What we're trying to do now is to develop an open source data management system to promote data sharing, cooperation, and integrated analytics. We are working now with the United States Environmental Protection Agency and other partners to be able to move this agenda forward. Just to share with you the screenshot of the air quality data platform that I mentioned, with a link for further information on this platform. Another example that I wanted to share is within the field of electric mobility. This is really seen as one of the major solutions that we have to address rising emissions and also improving energy security. Our electric mobility program supports the integration of electric vehicles, such as light-duty vehicles, three-wheelers and buses, and existing vehicle fleet through national and local policy development on e-mobility, public procurement, charging infrastructure, and also through a few demonstration projects. Just to share with you a few examples of our partnership with the private sector, in 2019, UNEP conducted demonstration projects of electric three-wheelers in Vietnam and in the Philippines. In Vietnam, we had Honda contribute 50 electric scooters to the University of Transport Technology to document and assess the performance of these scooters. In the Philippines, 20 electric bikes and 10 electric three-wheelers were provided by Day2 to the Pasig City Philippines Postal Corporation. And these would help increase the capacity of delivery services while using a cleaner mode of transport. And these were really, this demonstration of possible technologies really made possible through the support of Honda and Day2. UNEP and Day2 actually signed a memorandum of cooperation back in 2018 to promote clean mobility options. And we want to be able to promote, strengthen further cooperation with private sector partners. Another example that I would like to share is in terms of protecting children's right to a healthy environment. We've seen that children are among those that are most at risk from the impacts of air pollution. We are collaborating now with UNICEF, East Asia Pacific and Regional Office on child-centered clean air solutions to really protect children's right to a healthy and sustainable environment. Recently, we have launched Child-Centered Clean Air Solutions Guide, which builds on previous assessments that UNEP, together with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, have done. And we've also tried to identify additional solutions that could help reduce children's exposure to air pollution and reduce their impacts on health. We also wanted to reflect how youth engagement and participation is very key in terms of implementation of these child-centered clean air solutions. One of the recent partnerships that we've had is a new cooperation with Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi in the Republic of Korea. We work with member states to help analyze and also share different stories and good practices that can help inspire other countries or other cities in their efforts to implement air pollution reduction measures. We also wanted to use the opportunity to demonstrate the importance of multi-city cooperation, regional cooperation on clean air. We see that many cities in the region are leading efforts to reduce emissions while also increasing health, well-being, and economic opportunities. Here in East Asia, there has been substantial action that has been taken by Seoul Metropolitan Government, Gyeonggi Provincial Government, and Incheon Metropolitan City Government to be able to address fine dust. In 2019 alone, there have been several measures to reduce emissions from key sectors and reduce people's exposure that have been adopted to help achieve the overall goal of reducing PM2.5 by 30% by 2022. So in March this year, UNEP launched a new partnership with Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi to beat air pollution through evidence-based solutions. The main objective of this partnership is really to try to assess the air pollution reduction interventions that have been taken up in Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi from 2005 to 2019, and also try to look forward in terms of future policy action that could be implemented and further strengthened. And we hope that the outcome of these analysis will also be beneficial to other countries and cities in the region that are working towards improving air quality. So we have seen that we have a very critical issue that we need to address. There has been some progress, but there are still quite a lot of challenges that we need to address. But the good news is that we have demonstrated that this is possible. Just I think this was in August. We reached a major milestone globally with the official end of use of leaded petrol. And this was really a very remarkable achievement that was achieved after a 2-decade campaign by the UNEP-led Partnership for Clean Fuels and Vehicles. The formula to this success is really the combination of public and private partnership together with on-the-ground technical support and also continuous international cooperation. This would not have been achieved without recognition of the many partners that have contributed to this effort. This has really had profound benefits to people's health, with estimates that indicate that for every year, this saves more than 1.2 million lives and also helps avoid $2.4 trillion in healthcare and other costs. And we hope to be able to learn from the success we've had and replicate this in other areas as we continue our work to beat air pollution. So finally, in closing, just wanted to reiterate that air pollution is now at the critical stage. While there has been some good progress made to limit emissions, decouple emissions from economic growth, we've seen that more still needs to be done to protect human health, but also to provide multiple other benefits in other sectors. This, the importance of collaboration in advancing clean air solutions is something that was very much emphasized during our recent 3rd Asia-Pacific Clean Air Partnership Joint Forum, and also demonstrated through the annual International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies this September. Our collective effort is really a valuable resource to support countries to accomplish commitments on air quality and help us in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity again to thank Seoul Metropolitan Government and also ICLEI for their efforts to help deliver this event. Thank you, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
You discussed from UN's perspective how Asia-Pacific nations could utilize science-based technologies and how we could build up a common system and how we could work on improving air quality. And you focused on actual demonstration projects. Thank you very much.
So we will now move to the next presentation. We will now in earnest focus on local government and cities' activities. So the next presentation is given by EACACN. It's another partnership organization. The EACACN's activity will be the topic of the next presentation. And the speaker is Jasmine Kim, who is Program Manager, East Asia Clean Air Cities Network Secretariat.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Kim, and I serve as the Program Manager. Oh, that's good. Oh, sorry. I'll just take off my mask. Okay. Thank you. And as I was saying, my name is Jasmine Kim, and I serve as the Program Manager at the East Asia Clean Air Cities Network Secretariat. It's a great privilege to be here today and to share with you the latest updates on the Secretariat and our plans ahead. I'd like to first begin with a brief background. The EACACN is a long-term multilateral collaboration network for East Asia cities committed to tackling air pollution. The network first began as the East Asia Clean Air Cities program in 2016, which was jointly developed by 9 local governments across China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia, with support from the ICLEI East Asia Secretariat. It began as a voluntary regional partnership platform with the goal of connecting the East Asia cities and solution providers to deliver effective air quality management in the region. In 2020, to enhance our operational capabilities to more systematically manage the growing numbers of participants in our activities, the East Asia Clean Air Cities Network Secretariat was launched with support from ICLEI East Asia Secretariat and Seoul Metropolitan Government. Today, the number of participating cities have grown to 14 local governments, and the geographical scope includes East Asia and Southeast Asia, which I will discuss further in my later slides. Our vision is to provide clean air and a healthy environment for all. We plan to achieve this by providing the local policymakers and practitioners with technically sound and science-based solutions to effectively address air pollution and climate change. In this regard, we have 4 core missions that we would like to accomplish. First is to connect local governments in East Asia and beyond to exchange best practices and technical expertise in clean air actions. Second, we plan to strengthen institutional and technical capacities of local governments to achieve air quality targets. Third, we aim to build partnerships among key actors across sectors to maximize collaborative efforts and impacts. Last but not least, we aim to foster synergies of clean air and climate actions to co-control air pollution and climate change. As for our organizational structures, as you can see, we place the local governments at the core of our operational practices, as our priority is to identify the needs and serve those needs of our participant cities. We also work very closely with a wide range of partners and experts across sectors, including regional and international organizations, public and private research institutions, industry, NGOs, and academia. Hence, by collaborating with our participant cities and partners, the network executes a wide range of activities in 4 key areas, including in knowledge sharing and networking, capacity building, joint study, and monitoring. I will be discussing this also further in my later slides. As mentioned, currently there are 14 participating cities in the network, 4 cities in China, 2 cities in Japan, 2 cities in Korea, 1 city in Mongolia, 2 cities in Indonesia, 2 cities in Philippines, and 1 city in Vietnam. This list of cities includes 5 capital cities in the region. As mentioned earlier, the network collaborates with a wide range of stakeholders specializing in air quality improvement activities and programs. And we will continue to build new partnerships, identify and build new partnerships with key stakeholders in clean air and climate actions in the East Asia region and beyond. So in the past, under the framework of the EACAC initiative hosted by the ICLEI East Asia Secretariat, the network has actively supported our cities through various knowledge and technical exchange platforms, including annual forums, capacity building programs, and joint studies. I would like to now briefly share with you the key achievements of each category. First, with full support from ICLEI EAS, the network has supported cities in more than 13 regional forums and international events to foster regular knowledge exchange, networking, and regional partnership. Some of the key events include the Beijing International Forum on Metropolitan Clean Air and Climate Actions and of course the Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement that we are participating today. The annual forums have been impactful in bringing together cities and experts from research institutions, academia, and practitioners in the region and beyond to share their air quality and climate planning goals, measures, and achievements. As for capacity building programs, the network has supported diverse activities for more than 80 local government officials, including training workshops and on-site study tours. To name a few, since 2016, we have been co-organizing the annual training on urban sustainability with support from ICLE EAS and in partnership with Seoul Human Resource Development Center. The aim of this training program was to connect city officials from the region with experts to enhance their sustainable and low carbon development capacities in day-to-day city administration. Also in 2017, we supported a study tour to Japan, co-organized by ICLE EAS, Energy Foundation China, with full support from ICLE Japan and their 2 Japanese member cities. In this event, 13 officials from 13 cities and provinces from China participated in a week-long technical exchange on air quality management in Tokyo and Kawasaki. The topics that was focused on includes air quality monitoring, diesel vehicle policy, volatile organic compound management, and climate co-benefits. We also support our numerous joint studies with the network's member cities and also our partners. Under the framework of Beijing, to mention a few, under the framework of Beijing-Seoul Joint Committee, with full support from ICLE EAS, we have supported a bilateral research project on the comparison of air quality policies between Beijing and Seoul, with a special focus on fields of boiler replacement, vehicle control, fugitive dust management, and seasonal control. The network plans to further seek exposure to present the key findings, lessons learned, and recommendations generated from the project. Sorry, my clicker is not working. Can you? Okay, thanks. Our first joint study was the Green Lung Research and Urban Greening Project in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. This was meaningful in that the aim was to better understand local challenges and stimulate regional cooperation on air quality, with focuses in defining baseline air quality data and to pilot an urban greening project where it involved local communities members collaborating to identify or to project that as a potential air pollution mitigation measure. Now I would like to move on to the Network Secretariat's future plans. We plan to build on the past achievements and to further identify different innovative ways to actively support our member cities. In this regard, in the next 3 years, we will strive to further improve access and quality of our services through the 4 key approaches. First, we will further diversify knowledge exchange and networking platforms to provide more opportunities for cities to connect and share best practices and technologies. In addition to continuing to co-organize annual air quality forums, such as the Beijing and Seoul International Forum, we will actively host webinars, workshops on key themes and sectors, such as integration of short-lived climate pollutants and improvements in transportation structure, to name a few. Also, one of the key projects we are currently working on is building a regional air quality knowledge and networking hub on the network's website. We hope this online platform will serve as an effective way to connect key actors, especially the cities and the solution providers, and to exchange knowledge and tools, and also to utilize this platform to promote cities' best practices on global stage. Next, as mentioned, our priority is in supporting our local governments. In order to effectively do this, we will formulate customized capacity building programs to meet the specific needs of the cities. Once the COVID situation improves, we plan to co-organize on-site study tours based on city-to-city cooperation by matching cities according to their compatibility and common interests. Also, to accurately identify cities' specific needs, we plan to actively conduct pre-consultations to provide and formulate demand-driven training curriculums. Also, we plan to coordinate technical meetings among cities and experts to more effectively deliver cities' needs. Next, to take on a more proactive approach in identifying cities' needs and the solutions that could meet those needs, we will support and conduct joint studies with our cities and partners to identify key opportunities, challenges, and applicable solutions in air quality management and climate actions. Especially as many cities are working towards co-controlling air pollution and climate change, we will support our cities by exploring opportunities in integrating clean air and climate actions in the East Asia region, raise awareness of the co-benefits, and provide practical tools to support local actions. Last but not least, we plan to enhance our own operational capacity to provide more resources and more impactful activities for our cities. We plan to do this by mobilizing resource and funding across sectors at the national, regional, and international level, and by establishing sectoral working group composed of representatives from local governments, industries, academia, research agencies, and other expert groups. And we also plan to hold regular meetings to continue working level discussions, share updates, and build relationships among key stakeholders. As mentioned, our strategy is in accurately identifying cities' needs and finding the most effective solutions to meet those needs. In this regard, we are planning to conduct active pre-consultations, and as an example, earlier this year, we conducted a survey to identify the main air pollutants in the cities of our members, and also the main source of air pollutants, the main pollutants and the main source of air pollutants in our participating cities. According to our survey, the main air pollutants that are most concerning in our cities include PM 2.5, ozone, volatile organic compounds, and PM 10. While the key source of air pollutants has been identified as the transport sector, followed by the energy sector, especially the thermal power sector, and dust. To share a few more, the priority measures taken in cities to combat air pollution include transportation structure improvements and energy structure optimization. In regards to implementing co-control measures, we found that the key challenge for the cities has been in limited knowledge of decision supporting tools and assessment models. Hence, we will be using these key findings as pivot points to conduct additional consultations to shape our upcoming webinars, workshops, and training programs. As for our long-term plan, after successfully executing our activities, in the long term, we plan to track member cities' progress in their clean air and climate efforts and develop an evidence-based cross-sectoral best practice package. This will be developed with reference to existing international frameworks, regional priorities, and the EACN cities' existing best practices in policy areas including waste management, transportation, air quality data, household pollution, and air quality and climate co-control. As you can see, in each sector, we plan to identify best practices in specific themes that include emission standards. So for instance, for transportation sector, some of the specific themes that we can collect best practices would be in emission standards, efficient mass transit, soot-free vehicle fleet, walking and cycling paths, and green flight. We hope all our cities can achieve a holistic package of policies to benchmark each other and to effectively tackle air pollution. Last but not least, the network currently and has been in the past and will be collaborating closely with ICLEI East Asia Secretariat. And as we collaborate together, we will find opportunities to engage in their joint activities to identify more opportunities for our member cities to gain more insights and gain more information on the solutions that they need. To name a few, the Asia-led partnership is a voluntary-based collaboration platform to promote and support low-emission development across Asia and Pacific region. Also, an example of where we can collaborate would be the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, which is the world's largest coalition of local and regional authorities addressing climate change. Hence, we look forward to collaborating with ICLEI EAS to find more meaningful and impactful activities to support our local governments in tackling air pollution. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. So EACACN is a recently launched local government network. So they have very ambitious goals for bringing clean air to local governments around the world in Asia. Yes, I understand. You have achieved and your future plan. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce the third speaker. This is also a collaboration of, this is also an organization of local collaboration, C40. We have the regional director, Ms. Milagros Anjosa Ballesteros. She's the regional director of C40, East, Southeast Asia, and Oceania. ICLEI is also a local government network, and at important occasions we have the chance to get together and share views. So it is a pleasure to meet her at this forum. I look forward to your presentation. You may begin now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yes. Can you hear me well now? Thank you. I'll just share my screen now. Okay. Thank you very much. Annyeonghaseyo. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to join this conversation right now, specifically talking about collaborations. And it's always good to see in this panel familiar faces from networks as well as other organizations we have worked with. And this afternoon, I'm happy to share with you, similarly with the others, in terms of how collaborations really happen on the ground, and particularly in terms of the work of C40 in the nexus of the discussions and work on climate change and clean air. So maybe just a quick introduction or reintroduction. C40 is a climate leadership organization. We're a membership organization of the major cities of the world. And I think it's very timely right now in our conversation. I do recall earlier what Kay was mentioning in terms of really also the need to address climate change, and that when we work on air quality or improving or addressing air pollution, it's not necessarily independent nor mutually exclusive in terms of the work on climate change. So C40 is composed of the 97 major cities globally, really focusing on transformative actions, on delivering actions on mitigation and climate resilience at the local level through our members. The C40 member cities represent about 700 million residents and represents a fourth of the global GDP. In the membership, we're actually about 1/3 of that would be in Asia Pacific. And I work directly, for example, with 13 of the member cities in East, Southeast Asia and Oceania, Seoul of which is one of our key members. So moving forward, really, both in terms of climate and in air quality, there's now a momentum in terms of the drive as far as ambition is concerned. And what that means, for example, is really addressing the very core problems and what it means in terms of air pollution as a major global health risk. I think what you see here, and I recall there were some statistics also shared by other co-panelists, that you see 6.7 million deaths in 2019 alone from air pollution, both ambient and indoor. Just on healthcare costs, we're talking about 21 billion. And then of course, infant deaths account for about 500,000. And air pollution remains to be the fourth highest risk factor for premature death globally. But what these statistics emphasizes is that there's a clear and massive health, economic, and social impact when we talk about air pollution, and thus the need to address air quality. And what this means is that there's a real political opportunity to advance action at the very early stages, or when we say action, we need it right here and right now. So that's a clear relevance when we talk about air pollution, which I think was emphasized maybe in the past days as well, and also earlier in this panel. In terms of C40 air quality goals, it's really supporting cities in reducing the public health and climate impacts of pollution sources to meet the WHO guidelines and the commitments of the Paris Agreement. So it's both the WHO guidelines and commitments as far as the Paris Climate Agreement is concerned. Again, quite timely when we talk about the Paris Agreement as we move towards COP26 right now. In the conversation, I think when we talk about climate change, definitely discussions on air quality will not be far behind. The increase in terms of pollution and health data, for example, is one of the key focus as far as the C40 work is concerned. But using really those data and analysis for more effective policy making, and more importantly, it's really to drive community engagement and action, both on air pollution as well as the greenhouse gas or reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The second point is that it's really meant to support cities in planning and implementing solutions that align both air quality and climate goals. So on the one hand, there's data and analysis that moves into our guides, identification and progression in terms of solutions, both on air quality or AQ and climate goals. The third one is supporting mayoral leadership or the political leadership at the city, local government level in setting ambitious goals and advancing aggressive air quality and climate policy. So it's really having that target, having those very concrete strategic, either near-term or long-term goals, and also within the public policy space, it's for cities to be able to come up with very transformative and very contextualized as well air quality and climate policies. One of the key things when we talk about driving ambition as far as the work of C40 is we've launched in 2019 the Clean Air Cities Declaration, which is a commitment to healthy air for every citizen or residents. Part of the declaration commits cities to establish baseline levels within 2 years and set ambitious reduction targets for air pollutants, again meeting WHO air quality guidelines, noting that there would be resources that's really needed as far as coming up with baseline data and the targets that's within 2 years from 2019 for those cities that have signed on. And then before 2025, going back again to when we talk about cities, when we talk about local governments, there's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot that cities are doing when we talk about substantive policies and programs to address the top causes of air pollution. And then, of course, publicly report annually on the progress in terms of reducing pollution levels. This is an area where it becomes more transparent, the information becomes more accessible when you talk about declarations or commitments and even policies of cities. By signing the declarations, mayors are declaring that breathing clean air is a right and working to form a global coalition for clean air. And just to note that for the Clean Air Cities Declaration, we have currently 37 cities that have signed on, which is almost like half of the membership or a third of the membership of C40. Really one of the declarations, we've had several sectoral declarations, but one of the declarations wherein there's quite a number of cities that have signed on. But declarations would be at the level of policy or commitment. And as we noted in the declaration, it really comes in terms of delivering actions. And a big part of that is coming up or delivering on the ground is really facilitating city collaborations. And part of the C40 work is supporting a range of city engagement. So you would see here on the far end, on my left when I'm facing the screen right now, you would see few cities, and then towards the far end, all of the cities, meaning all of the C40 member cities. What that means is that in some cases, for C40, we are able to provide more direct assistance through technical assistance, more direct support. As you would see, we were able to do that with a project that we call Breathe London. With Los Angeles, there was a city advisory focusing on air quality. And then as we move in terms of the resourcing, in terms of capacity and need, there are more cities becoming more involved when you talk about, for example, air quality and climate action planning, working with them on models, tools, research, case studies, and guidance, and then increasing capacity to measure, plan, and implement. And then, of course, we have the C40 Air Quality Network, which has, well, right now it's 43 cities. I think it's 43 to 45 cities right now, part of the Air Quality Network. And then we have the Green Ports Forum as well. So in some cases, we work deeply with the cities, depending on priorities and resourcing as well. But across all our cities, definitely we are able to share models, tools, research, and through our network, share the experiences of cities. For example, with Los Angeles, we work on really the focus on oil and gas phase out, and then engaging with the Regional Air Quality Authority, working with the port entities in the area. While in Breathe London, it was a deep analysis and work to deploy air quality and monitors about 100 sensors throughout London. And we worked with Google to create a map of pollution within the city and how this changes with implementation of new policies. Since we are talking about a session on collaboration, I think these are some of the key programs to highlight when we are able to bring in private sector, but as also highlighted by other speakers earlier, really the collaboration is not just with the private sector, it's with academe, it's with other governments as well, and importantly, city to city, which brings me to just a snapshot in terms of the diverse partners that we've worked with. We have partners like the Clean Air Fund, the Wellcome Trust, Children's Investment Fund Foundation, or SIF, which provides more strategic partnership, providing support that cuts across to the different programs that I mentioned. We work with partners that really deliver more on technical assistance. I am party to the partnership, for example, with Quezon City in Metro Manila, where we work with Clean Air Asia on developing an air quality management plan, as well as the deployment of some sensors within the city. And in the same way, we worked with NASA, making sure that, for example, the satellite data really can be used and are made productive and meaningful at the city level in terms of how satellite data can be used as far as development of policy or concrete actions are concerned. So I think what this slide shows is just the breadth of knowledge in terms of and expertise as far as partnerships are concerned, and where they fit in terms of various programs. When you look at the climate action planning dash air quality work that we have, we were really working on a number of universities, more on really coming up with tools, with methodologies, understanding, for example, implications of specific actions and policies. So this is just a snapshot in terms of the various partners that we have worked with, whether it's in deep direct support to cities or across the different programs of C40. One of the things I mentioned earlier is the air quality network of C40, which now has about 43 to 45 member cities across the globe, C40 members participating. And within that air quality network, it's really focusing on, again, data, looking at health impacts, and then the delivery really in terms of understanding the impact of action. So the sharing happens globally, it happens regionally, it happens through workshops, it happens through Zoom calls or webinars like these and events, or it happens also in terms of one-on-one deep dive discussions with cities. This is a picture of the current membership of the network, and as you would see, it's really spread out across both developed countries as well as developing countries. You would see there London and Bangalore highlighted in blue. That means because within a particular network we have leadership cities that's really leading the directions, providing strategic insight in terms of what's relevant as far as the support to the members are concerned, and in shaping some of the programming of C40. So you could see a spread there across the 7 regions of C40, Africa, North America, Europe, as well as Asia Pacific, very much covered within that space. I think one of the key things here is that as you see that breadth and diversity in terms of the membership of the network, equity and inclusion is a core pillar in terms of engagement with cities within the air quality network, or broadly across C40 as well. It's understanding the developing plan to support cities coming up with actions that mitigate inequities as well, with the goal to make equity the entry point for network activities within air quality. I think we've heard statistics earlier that when we talk about air pollution, the most impacted are women, children, populations or residents living maybe in buildings that are not fit, wherein indoor air quality may not be optimal. So this is very much a key aspect in terms of the work of C40 when we talk about city engagement. Some of the activities which I've mentioned earlier, but just to show you a picture of the things that happen, we have high-level forum and commitments. We do have technical workshops focusing on very particular areas. For example, transport. What does it mean when we talk about air quality? What does, in some cases, looking at challenges that cities face, what does it mean in terms of financing, for example, an air quality management plan? Other things could focus on resident or community engagement. We do have study tours that we've conducted, especially before the pandemic, which we hope to pick up on moving forward when it's allowed and safe for everyone. We do have collaborative projects and research done between two cities, or maybe a city doing it with some of the partners that I've mentioned earlier, whether it's a university or another institution. And of course, very much a part of all these exchanges is training and capacity building as well. Now, all this, whether you're part of the network, whether you're talking about signing a declaration, very much really at the end of it is understanding what it means in terms of concrete outcomes and impacts on the ground. And maybe some of the key things that we're working on right now that we've started is, I mentioned at the start, we're really moving towards an integrated air quality and greenhouse gas planning in all C40 cities. So that means creating new tools and frameworks to integrate AQ and help into the deadline 2020, which is a program that we call is the commitment of all C40 members really to come up with a climate action plan that's aligned with the Paris Agreement, looking at keeping temperature rise within or well below 1.5 degrees. So it's really coming up with a very concrete emissions reduction target in by 2030, looking at the fair share of cities and countries in having emissions by GHG emissions by 2030. But at the same time, really looking at while you are working on those specific actions, what are the health impacts and the air quality implications. This is an example of one of the things that we work on, and that is working with Buenos Aires. So when they were doing their climate action plan, they also looked at the modeling in terms of air quality. So they looked at if they're going towards a particular ambitious climate scenario, would that meet, or what that means in terms of meeting also WHO PM2 guidelines well ahead of 2030. And the finding is that when you looked at their modeling as far as ambitious climate scenario, it would meet also the WHO PM 2.5 guidelines. So this is a chart that was published in their climate action plan, and the results of the analysis and work with cities coming up in a public document. I think it shows that if the city were to implement the ambitious scenario fully, they can get well below WHO guidelines as well. And here you see already the alignment in terms of working on climate change initiatives or transformative climate actions, and how that very much relates when you talk about air quality. On the chart below, you would see a compilation of the actions that were done and analyzed, and you would see that the largest potential benefits, both for greenhouse gases and PM 2.5 in the case of Buenos Aires, will come from increased distributed renewables, fuel switches in on-road, and of course modal shift in terms of transportation. So this is just an example in terms of more concrete actions on the ground, and we are trying to do that as well across different cities in the region. And for example, there's the work in Quito, Lima, Quezon City, I've mentioned earlier. In Africa, it's Addis Ababa, looking at air quality management plans. I think one of the key things across all this is really that the collaboration between different agencies, departments, universities, international organizations are very key in terms of ensuring that all are aligned in terms of the air quality efforts in this city. So working with UNEP, WRI, World Bank, some of the key partners. For example, in Addis Ababa, it was working with US EPA to develop their first air quality management plan. Now working to deploy reference grade monitor to increase the city's growing network of low-cost sensors. So this is where partnership is further concretized and really where benefits are seen. Now, just before I end, I wanted to share that moving forward, 2021, 2024, these are areas of potential collaboration for C40 and partners. We've started with the African Cities for Clean Air, so very much focused in terms of Africa, and with new programs and technical assistance. We are looking at continuing to evaluate the health benefits of climate actions, and then again, expanding some of the technical assistance. And with these new programs and technical assistance, key to this is really to identify existing work in cities that might overlap, as this is where collaborations can be formed. Maybe I'll just end my my presentation that when we talk about collaboration, I think there are three key things that come to mind. It's really being purposive, being very clear in terms of alignment on outcomes and impacts that we want, or the key objective, keeping the end in sight, because all organizations would have different ways of achieving or going that way. But if we are aligned on the impacts and really the objective, and the outcomes that we want, I think that's very key in any collaboration, whether it's with private sector, with academe, or other city networks and partners. The next thing is that we really need to address the understanding of overlaps and duplication, and try to progress complementarity of resourcing and our support for cities or the different agencies that we work with, whether it be in specific program areas, like some are already working on air quality management programs, some may be working on more technical baseline data. I think there's a need to recognize if we are working already on specific areas wherein there's duplication, and to address that so that we are able to maximize resourcing as well as expertise. And maybe the last part, which relates to the second point, is being able to maximize each organization's expertise and knowledge, such that each partner really brings on board their key mandate, their key knowledge and skills to the table, that would help a more holistic approach, a more programmatic and strategic support, whether it be cities, national governments, or even other organizations that we work with. On that note, I thank everyone again for this opportunity. Kamsahamnida, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thank you very much, the Regional Director of C40. We could understand that various efforts were being made for the C40 leadership, and not only that, we've understood that many bodies may have a common goal. There could be overlapping, and so she stressed the importance of creating a synergy and to maximize the effectiveness of such efforts. And especially the last message was very impressive for us. I think it really rings a note to all of us that requires, that is worth a further discussion today.
So now we'll welcome the fourth speaker from UN. Our speaker is Deputy Head Sang-min Nam of ESCAP East and Northeast Asia Office. In the activity of ESCAP's Northeast Asia office, I think air quality related activity is of the biggest importance and contribution. And now we have Deputy Head Nam, who's going to talk about Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership and comprehensive platform for air pollution response in Northeast Asia. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Moderate Ms. Park Yeon-hee. Good morning, good afternoon, all the participants. So it's my pleasure to speak about our multilateral program in Northeast Asia. We just listened to various initiatives made at the city levels and also regional level. 네.
Yes, Dr. Nam, can you please share your screen?
Oh, not yet. I will share. Yeah. 보이십니까?
Can you see the screen? Yes. Please put that in slideshow. Yes, thank you.
So this is a multilateral program in Northeast Asia. Here we have a member state of 2 Koreas, South Korea, North Korea, China, Japan, Mongolia, and Russian Federation. It was launched in October 2018, but this is a part of this Northeast Asian sub-regional program for environmental cooperation, which was launched in 1993, almost now 30 years by the 6 Northeast Asian countries as a follow-up to Rio Conference, UN Conference on Environment and Development. And so this SCAP has also office, a sub-regional office for East and Northeast Asia, and located in Korea. So this SCAP is serving as the secretariat of NIASPEC as well as this NIACAP. So let me first speak about the SCAP's mandate on multilateral cooperation on clean air. Earlier, Ms. Patu from APCAP, she already shared the air pollution situation in Asia Pacific. And then, as you can see, I mean, here we have a high level of air pollution in Asia Pacific, and also Asia Pacific countries are accountable for more than 50% of global GHG emissions. So also the earlier speakers already highlighted the need for co-benefit approach for addressing both air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. But here I would like to bring your attention to this point. So this report was prepared by APCAP and UNEP, and the one assessment is about 92% of population in Asia Pacific are exposed to the level of air pollution that are posing significant risk. But now in September this year, WHO revised its air pollution standard. So strengthening PM 2.5 standard from 10 microgram per cubic meter for annual standard from 10 to 5, which means now it's not just 92%. It should be more than 95% of population in Asia Pacific are exposed to the level of air pollution that is beyond the annual standard recommended by WHO. And SCAPs, also we are looking at air pollution in connection with the SDGs. I mean, those are SDG, energy production, economic growth, industry. If they are not managed well, they serve as a source of air pollution. Meanwhile, they are impacting SDGs on environment and zero hunger and health. So we are looking at, addressing air pollution, analyzing air pollution per se is important, but also looking at its interconnection with the SDGs would be also important. Now let me bring you to Northeast Asian context of air pollution. Here for SCAP, Northeast Asia is the 6 countries highlighted on the map. And first point is a heavy reliance on fossil fuels. So almost 35% of CO2 emissions comes from Northeast Asia. And of course, it results in high exposure of air pollution to the public. And also we look at this transboundary air pollution. Meanwhile, during last 10 years, we have seen increasing public awareness and also policy interventions. All Northeast Asian countries have initiated a very comprehensive national policies. But despite the fact, here you see the annual concentration of PM 2.5 in capital cities. Ulaanbaatar is over 60 microgram per cubic meter, and Beijing is over 40, Seoul 20, and Tokyo is around 10, but based on WHO's new standard, it is also beyond the recommended level. So in this connection, countries have initiated multilateral programs. Here we have acid deposition monitoring network in East Asia covering Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, 13 countries. And also earlier, China, Japan, Korea operated a long-range transboundary air pollution project. But last year it became an academic program, collaborative research program for better air quality. And then this Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership. So the partnership, while it was launched in 2018, the aspect worked on transboundary cooperation on transboundary air pollution from 1996, focusing on coal-fired power plants, so providing technical assistance to China and Mongolia. And then as countries became more capable of managing their own pollution, so we moved on to developing more comprehensive mechanism. So, and then the process resulted in launching NIACAP. And the aspect, so the aspect has I mean, air pollution is one of the important components, but it's not all. We have also program on biodiversity, low carbon city, MPA, marine protected areas, desertification, and land degradation. When it comes to air pollution, here, so we are planning to develop NIACAP to be fully functioning by 2025. And then you see the number of activities identified. So in this process here, we are still in the process for developing its institutional arrangement, which is a Science and Policy Committee and work plan. So we are still fine-tuning the work plan, and then now really ready to start implementing the activities. And we look at 3 modalities of activity implementation. One is the activities to be implemented by Secretariat in collaboration with our member government, especially Technical Center and Science Policy Committee. And then the second one is Technical Center will be also implementing their activities. Here you see, you can see the Technical Center from China, Chinese Research Academy of Environmental Sciences, from Korea, National Institute of Environmental Research, and also we have a technical center in Russia. And here I wish to bring your attention to a third point, activities by other agencies, institute, research network of a member state. So we are open to hear professors, researchers participating in this conference. If you could suggest activities, not domestic level, for Northeast Asian level, we could look at how we can support your project. So by then, we wish to expand the scope of the sub-regional cooperation on air pollution. So NIACAP goal is cooperation on science, policy, and technical aspects, and information sharing. While it is a sub-regional or multilateral program, many activities will be based on voluntary cooperation, participation, and then we wish to utilize this to policy development. And then the work plan for 5 years, starting from this year, is focusing on technical policy measure and organize policy dialogue and conduct a policy analysis on air pollution management and supporting collaboration among member states on best available technique and organizing technology forum. For us to carry out those activities, we need a partnership. So those network presented here today, also participants from academic institutions. So we are open to a partnership with the diverse stakeholders. So I wish to have with a separate process, have a chance to consult with you and to see whether how we can collaborate. And again, so this is institutional setting, Science Policy Committee represented by each country and the working groups and technical centers. On the left side, so I highlight partnership with the relevant mechanisms, research institutions, experts. With that, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have heard all four presentations scheduled for this session.
Under the COVID-19 pandemic, I think we had a chance to once again think about our environment, especially our air environment. We listened to the four presentations, and there was a recognition of the air that we breathe. This has been recognized since a long time ago. During the past 10 years, through UN and through local governments, there have been efforts made, and this was a session to go over such activities. I wonder what you felt as you listened to the presentations. Well, I think we can all agree that we did reach a certain level of progress, and this was scientifically proved as well. But I don't think we can be reassured that we can feel safe about the air we breathe and that we can think our air is clean. We have many active activities and initiatives taking place. And it would have been better if we could go into a little more detail, but since we have a time limitation, unfortunately, we will have to limit our discussion to a couple of minutes, and we have received a couple of questions. And I like to reflect those questions as well as my views to pose a question to each of the presenters. We had two presentations from the UN side and two from the local government networks. So there were emphasis on science-based approach and science and policy coordination. And from the UN side, from UNSCAP and UNEP, you talked about creating a data.
So who used this database most? So can you give us that information? And going forward, who can benefit from this partnership going forward, unlike from the past?
And for Ms. Milak and to Ms. Kim Jae, you talked about the local government, and also you talked about the constant monitoring, and it's also important to conduct monitoring constantly, sustainably, and also learn from other model cases and case studies from other cities and localities. On a closer look, depending on each country and depending on different city, the social environment is all different, as well as the environmental features. So even though we may think of defining a so-called best practice, but among the network cities, we think it would be important to continue to revise and review what would be the best practice depending on the different context and environment. Each social context would be different, but when we think of a best practice, what would be the efforts? What are the type of efforts that are being made for each local government to reflect such best practices into their own context? So I'd like to ask you to reply in the order of presentation. First from UNEP, Ms. Kaya Padu, and then Dr. Nam, and then Program Manager Kim Jae-hee, and Ms. Milak. We believe you have a lot to share with us, but I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. I can't give you enough time. So please keep within 1 minute and 30 seconds to give a brief reply so that we can conclude. I apologize. I can't give you more time. Yes, Ms. Kaya, please.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of data that we have available and who uses this information, really depends on which data we're looking at. One area is on policy data in terms of air quality legislation, standards, different types of sectoral policies that governments are taking to address air pollution. So this was actually one of the first times that we have done this review of existing policies. And this is really helping monitor the different progress of countries on promises and commitments that they have taken to improve air quality. This is useful for, I think, various types of organizations, also general public, to know how your country is doing in terms of addressing air pollution. The second part, in terms of air quality monitoring data, the one that the platform that I mentioned, it's really for informing on the quality of the air that we're breathing. It's really for general, for citizens, everyone on the street, so that you have more information on how you can protect your health, and that you know in advance how to plan your activities, considering the quality of the air within where you are, whichever city you are currently living on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for NIACAP, as it is quite a new program. And in fact, at the earlier stage, we tried to create our own inventory, but because of different views among the government, we were not able to agree on developing emission inventory for NIACAP. But nevertheless, there are various inventories available for that we can utilize to carry out our joint assessment. That's one. And I also highlighted that the point that it is platform, open platform. In Northeast Asia, because of geopolitics, it took many years to develop for this intergovernmental mechanism. But this intergovernmental mechanism, it is bound by complicated processes. That's one. And also, we have a limited secretariat capacity. So we cannot just organize activities that are initiated by secretariat alone. So that's why we wish to make this as an open platform, so that those experts and networks and agencies which need to develop sub-regional program or multilateral program, they could utilize NIACAP as their platform. So in that regard, we are open, and then we wish to get proposals and collaborations with diverse stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now from our local governments, Ms. Milak, please.
Yes, and I think that the question is that while cities are very diverse, it's really highly contextualized, right? When we do actions to address air quality. But the question is, are there some things or initiatives or actions that really cuts across? So I fully agree that it needs to be highly contextualized and as cities develop practices or policies or initiatives, when another city in another part of the world learns about that, they take on the essential elements and then maybe really progress that in terms of what could work in their situation. But just what cuts across right now in our work with cities on climate change and air quality is that a lot of the cities are paying attention in terms of really looking at their climate action plans and then either revising or developing an air quality management plan, because given the limited resources right now, we're in a pandemic, we're looking at the economic effects of that, cities are looking at to maximize resources. So for example, initiatives on transport can very well deliver both on greenhouse gas emission reduction, but at the same time, address air quality levels as well. So address air pollution. So that's one thing that we're seeing. I mentioned already in terms of concrete actions, the movement away from fossil-based transportation is very key across all cities, whether it's cities in Europe or Africa or in Asia, very well. For example, the whole conversation on electrification of transport, whether it's bus fleets or in Vietnam, looking at electric motorcycles, which both contributes in terms of greenhouse gas emissions as well as air quality. So these are some of the key examples in terms of measures and initiatives that could be cross-cutting across the globe, but then highly contextualized in terms of its application. So as cities develop their own air quality management plan, that's where you find the detail and the situation and how, for example, they're able to address issues of policies that direct more, whether it's more women affected, it's more the elderly population, or it's really the informal settlements, for example. So that's one aspect as well in terms of really making specific actions more relevant for the city to deliver concrete benefits for its residents.
So yes, at the East Asia Clean Air Cities Network, knowledge sharing is at the core of our mission. So disseminating information and technology that is applicable in each city is extremely important for us. And I think on our end, we will, as mentioned in my presentation, actively conduct pre-consultations to really identify each city's contextual background in terms of differences in environment, political, and cultural, every aspect, and to match those cities that are most compatible to each other to exchange their best practices. And I think in the long run, we can really benefit from city-to-city cooperation. For instance, under the framework of Beijing and Seoul Committee, we were able to actively conduct meetings, which would then lead to workshops and other joint activities. So I think through city-to-city cooperation, we can learn more about each other's experiences and benchmark from what is most applicable on each city. And I think also involving the private sector is also could be a solution for us. I think local private sectors, local industries really understand their communities well, and to get their input and their knowledge of how these knowledge and trends and technology can be transferred from one city to another, I think that would be a very valuable input from the private sector as well.
Yes, we have heard 4 different presentations, and we have some questions answered. The quality of air we breathe, and the health condition we have, and the environment that we live in. So all of these were topics these international organizations and network grapple with. So session 5 was on the topic of partnership. Currently, the session focused on what the central and local governments and international organizations have been doing. Who takes the responsibility of keeping the air clean? I believe it is public sector, central government and local governments. So only when this job is done well, the public is well served. All the efforts of this public sector would lead to the culmination of bringing higher quality for all the citizens in the world. So currently, public sector is at the center, and it coordinates a partnership with many different stakeholders. But going forward, I believe the civic community and the private sector will also actively engaged. So, and all of these endeavors not for others, but for ourselves, for citizens, to bring good environment or living condition that we can enjoy. So, and there is a cycle, of course. Our way of living, our lifestyle contributed to the air pollution. So we have to look at what efforts we can make to bring about clean air. So in the process of finding a solution, we have to also understand the level of awareness the citizen have and the commitment the citizen have. One of the most determining factors is how committed or how willing the public, the general public is in executing all of these actions for climate change response and clean air. So it is quite unfortunate that we do not have more time, but I believe the forum will be really conducive to even greater private sector. And next time, maybe we can invite private sector representative, or private sector voice that we can hear too. I would like to thank all 4 speakers. And I also want to thank the citizens and attendees who are listening on the YouTube channel. So the topic of clean air is very important because it is linked to everyone in the world. So with this, I want to conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was the last session, session 5, Partnership for Clean Air, International Organization, Businesses, Citizens, and NGOs. Before we conclude, we'd like to have a brief photo session with all our participants. We have our real-time participants online. We have our moderators and our on-site participants. So please share a big smile and look into the camera so that we can all be in the photo. And the moderator of our last session was very successful in wrapping up the session within the given time by sharing the key ideas as well. And now we have our photo session over. We'd now like to conclude the 5th session, Partnership for Clean Air, International Organizations, Businesses, Citizens, and NGOs. All the stakeholders, including the private, public sector, and businesses, including the citizens, are to recognize the importance of clean air, and that was a key message shared by our moderator. The 5th session was also very enriching and successful. Seoul International Forum on Air Quality Improvement 21, the present and future, took place yesterday and today. This forum has marked its 10th anniversary this time, and we were joined in by 13 cities from 8 nations, as well as many public agencies and universities, research institutes, so that we can share our experience and knowledge to create clean air. Not only about clean air, but also about our environment. These are the goals of our time for sustainability, and these are transboundary. So it requires a transporter effort and collaboration. Once again, to recover our clean air, we have made lots of efforts during the past 10 years. So now we've shared our past experience, and we have also shared our future vision for the upcoming 10 years. So once again, I'd like to thank all participants, and also special thanks to all our online participants and viewers who have been with us throughout the event with your feedback and comments, and also to our foreign speakers who've joined us overseas. And with that, I believe this now finally concludes the forum. We look forward to joining all of you next year with a more enriched topic. We'll see you again next year. Thank you.